Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen. We are live. Okay, interesting. Let me see here. So I am trying to unlink them. Okay, let's do that. And then let's refresh this and see if that takes care of that. Okay, it does. So yeah, long story short, I am trying to unlink my live streams between a YouTube and yeah, okay, cool. We're gonna end that. Dismiss. Okay, still live over on Twitch? Yes. Okay, yes, I am still live over on Twitch. Okay, so long story short, good morning. Or morning for myself, maybe afternoon for some of you, maybe evening. I hope it has been a good one. I am for these Foundry streams, and I now need to clean something up over on my YouTube channel very quickly, because people are going to be like, wait, what? What just happened? Yes, manage videos. We just need to immediately delete that. Okay. I'm, yes. We're going to delete that forever. I understand. Delete forever. So essentially when I'm doing these Foundry, streams, right? I want to be able to utilize some music in the background. Well, YouTube, it is too, what's the word that I'm looking for? It is too much of a risk for me to stream live on YouTube and have music because of the potential of a copyright strike and things of that nature. And so essentially my process for when I stream Foundry, which I have to do some tweaking in OBS so that I can figure out how to not have it go live automatically like it just did. Although it is very interesting what happens there. YouTube is very strange. Streaming on YouTube is a lot like streaming on whatchamacallit. Streaming on YouTube is a lot like streaming on Twitch, but with extra steps. So hold on. While we're discussing this, let me get some music going in the background here. I'm gonna put it on this royalty-free lo-fi playlist. Hopefully we're gonna be all good here. And hopefully we could have been all good over on YouTube too, right? It's just, it's not worth the risk. And I know that I can make sure that the music that we are listening to now is not going to actually end up being recorded on the actual like video on demand that ends up being left after the fact, right? So then I'm safe and I'm in the clear. But on YouTube, it doesn't quite work the same way. And from all the settings that I've been able to test, I can't get it to pull from the right. And this is a me error that I might be able to work out in the future. I can't get it to pull from the right encoder to ensure that it is not actually pushing this portion, the music portion, over to the YouTube side. Because if it could push it to the YouTube side, then I could just be live over there too, and it would be no big deal, right? But here we are. We're back working on some more scenes in Foundry, because Foundry's awesome. And because we have a D&D game coming in the not too distant future, whereas if you have tuned in to the previous iterations of this, which you can check out over on YouTube or here on Twitch if you are watching the stream live right now, you will be able to see, oh, and I need to delete this other thing too. Delete message, yes. And I need to copy a link, and I need to go drop that off somewhere. Mostly just over in the Foundry Discord channel. Shameless self-promotion, right? Right. But yeah. That's but yeah, it's just, it isn't worth the risk of a copyright strike. So my process for these streams going forward is I will do the stream on Twitch. That way those who want to hang out live with me here can hang out and jam along with me as I go through and I work on these scene building sessions, right? As I express my OCD through through the medium of Foundry VTT, right? And prepare for my upcoming D&D campaign, and the playtesting of my D&D supplement that I'm going to be coming out with later this year, which is going to be FPS 5e. So that's one of the things that if you've tuned into the previous streams, part of why we went through and turned this into this psychotic rainbow, gradient map that you see here, or what's the topographic map? In any case, the fact that when I'm on the regions tab, it looks like a clown show, and keep in mind, bam, we click off the regions tab, and all of that goes away, and then we're right back to our normal scene. But the reason why it all looks like that is because we're trying to create that super immersive experience. We're trying to create as best possible sightline exposure and things like that, because what FPS 5e seeks to do is to put firearms into D&D in a more meaningful way. And when I say meaningful way, I mean like a way that feels more impactful, because right now firearms in D&D just feel like other weapons or incredibly overpowered other weapons, right? And that's totally okay. Like, you know, that's throwaway nonsense that WotC puts out to pander to people who want that stuff in their games, and they want you to have a quick reference version of it so that you won't bother them for it, basically. But, you know, I feel like the issue is that they just feel very bland, very flat, and the current combat mechanics don't do a good job of creating an environment where traditional sort of fantasy melee weapons and even fantasy like bows and crossbows and that sort of stuff exist in the same space as firearms, and firearms don't feel really like there's any differentiation. And so what FPS 5e seeks to do is to improve both aspects of that, to create reasons why utilizing melee weapons in a setting where there are much more significantly powerful firearms right, has its benefits, and also to make sure that a firearm is not just, while it is going to be more lethal, to make sure that mechanically that's something that a character needs to focus on if they want to kind of get the most out of that, and to actually create through the gameplay a little bit of the FPS experience, but through the system of D&D, hence the name FPS 5e. But in any case, I'll stop with my shameless shills and self-promotion. So we finished our regions last time, right? So we have all of the beautiful elevation controls for our token movement that we're going to need. Everything is going to be seamless as tokens move around the battlefield. They're going to automatically adjust to the heights of where they're going and things of that nature. Well, now we need to actually make sure that all of our sight lines are properly set up by utilizing walls, hence the name of today's stream. So without further ado, we will get into walling this scene. Now, the first thing that I do when I'm going to wall a scene, and I specifically saved this would literally be like one of the first things I do, period, whenever I create a new scene, but I knew that I wanted to show this. If you are utilizing Foundry, then there is and I don't believe this is coming from another module. I am pretty sure that this is base functionality. Now, keep in mind, I am using wall height. So there are some functionalities of walls that, and I have been using wall height for so long now, that there are some functionalities of walls that I actually don't remember are base Foundry or whether they are part of what I'm doing here. So, but in here, I'm just going to come in here and I'm just going to go wall scene, and then voila, it's just going to snap a wall around the entire outside of this. And what that's going to do is just exactly like what it says. It's going to create a wall that goes all the way around the outside perimeter of the scene, because what I like to do in a lot of my D&D games is I will use this negative space on the outside of the scene. So, for example, let's say that there are more enemy forces in this area, but that are not specifically in the map, right? Well, if I want there to be some trigger, like let's say an alarm going off, right? That is going to, in X number of turns, the reinforcements are going to show up from here or whatever. In situations like that, I like to have those tokens already ready, waiting to go and sitting in the wings. I might not use them because the condition that triggers them, like, you know, potentially showing up and things like that might not ever actually happen. But when I wall the scene off, it prevents anybody from being able to see outside of this scene's bounds, right? Outside of this specific map's bounds that I'm utilizing here. And so I can safely put tokens out here without players going, oh, see, there's a XYZ over there just waiting. No player sounds like that because I don't play D&D with Marvin the Martian, but, you know, for the sake of entertainment, the voices can be fun. Maybe. Probably only for me, but that's okay. My entertainment is just as important and valid as your own. All right. So what we're going to get into now is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go in and I'm going to draw all the walls that I essentially want to have infinite height. Now, what do I actually mean by infinite height? Clearly, this, you know, these buildings do not extend so far out into the atmosphere that they actually go all the way into the astral plane or something of that nature. However, for infinite height purposes, it just means that for the purposes of this scene, no matter how high a token goes, these walls are going to provide visual occlusion, right? So the premise of this whole map is essentially These are, this is a fortification that is set into the sides of a cliff in a, you know, a gorge-like pass. And so because of that, there would be no way, even if you're above this whole thing, like even if you're flying completely above the canyon, you would not be able to see into certain parts of this because of the fact that it's built directly into the cliff sides, and you would just be looking down at the top of the cliff. And so I want certain walls to always block line of sight no matter what. So I always try to start with my infinite height walls first. There's a caveat to that. Unless there is a scene where there is a large number of trees. But this scene has no trees. So we're not going to get into that. We will... Actually, this campaign is largely going to be desert-based. I don't actually know whether any of the scenes I'm going to build are going to really involve trees much or not. There will probably be some scrubby plants that in some of the maps that I utilize. That from a walls perspective and how I would handle all of that is largely going to kind of go the same way. But for now, we're just going to come in here. We're going to go to our wall controls. We're going to do basic walls. And then you've got a number of different settings here, right? So I find that, and now I am using a module that does something to this. Let me quickly attempt to find that for you. Configure settings. No, that's not what I want. I want manage modules. Yeah, manage modules. Okay. So for those of you guys not familiar with the module screen, and I promise I will get a list of all of the modules that I am actually using for Foundry. And you can see that some of these are modules that I've used before in the past, and so I have them downloaded. Perhaps they haven't updated to a newer version of Foundry, so they don't really jive, or I don't know if they jive. And there's a number of these... There's a number of these that are not essential to what I do, and not essential to the functionality that I am looking to achieve with Foundry. So to a certain extent, some of them I'm okay with, you know, they're just not enabled, like in Dice with Dice So Nice. That's just some dice settings. Are they cool? Are they fun? Yeah, sure, they're great. Are they game breaking? Am I not going to be able to play the game if I don't have them? No, absolutely not. And so I kind of don't care. But in any case, we're looking for walls. So I'm trying to, yeah, okay. So Monk's Wall Enhancement. So that's actually providing a significant number of additional options here. Most notably, I have it. I probably am not going to use it today, but on some maps, I will use the option. So I'm going to use the drag points together, right? And so the way drag points together is going to work when I'm putting in walls is I'm going to click, drag, and I'm going to hold down Control. And as long as I'm holding down Control, that's going to create additional points. And I made a constellation. No, it's going to create additional points that then are walls, right? I don't need any of these, so we're just going to make those go away. But I just wanted to show you as an example. So I'm I'm back on the wall section that I want. For this, we're just going to use basic walls. Anytime that I want the wall to fully provide visual occlusion, either infinitely or to a specific set height, I'm always just going to use basic wall. And we will be utilizing some of the other walls. So we're going to see examples of those. But yeah, just one more time, I'm going to click drag. I'm going to press down Control while I'm click dragging. And then when I release, it's immediately going to create another point. And as long as I hold down Control, then I can continue to create as many additional points as I want. As soon as I let go of Control, the next point that I create ends the chain. Some of you guys may already be hyper familiar with that, right? But if you're very new to Foundry, it's not always going to necessarily be super intuitive that that's how you're going to do that. Now, with Monk's Wall Enhancement, depending on how you like to do things, you can go to this freehand, and on some maps I will do this. For this map, because I'm working with primarily so many like hard lines, right? Like straight angles and that sort of stuff. And it's really only a few spots like here, where I'm going to be doing any sort of like, you know, jagged, edgy kind of deal. And I'm also not necessarily going to be like tracing specifically around more unique forms. Like when we get over here, I will likely use what's called a terrain wall, and we'll get into why I'm going to use that for these, and it'll kind of be like I would be doing a tree for those. And these like statues, I will use the freehand drawing tool for. I'm going to very quickly demonstrate it. I'm not actually going to draw that wall in yet because I don't want to do that there. But same thing, we've got our basic walls. We've got the freehand draw selected. It will, weirdly enough, make you unselect the drag and points together. But that's all right. But now I can literally just freehand draw. And then when I release, right, my left click, there is the wall that was created by my freehand draw. Like I said, not using that now. We'll use it once we get over to the to those angel statues, more than likely. But we'll see. I may also be doing some slight scene modification in that area. I kind of need to look through my assets and see if I have any... if I have anything that could viably work. I'm going to guess, just based on how far the swords extend out, I don't think that I could. Because I will oftentimes do that, right? Like, so I did it over here. We're not messing with it yet. We are still going to have to come back to these tiles, right? But we're going to talk about tiles and how to create roofs with tiles and that sort of stuff at a different time. For now, I'm mostly focused on creating the sight lines I know that I will need for my scene. And so there will be a lot of times, though, where I might use tiles, for example, to come in here if it didn't have these swords so, like, you know, prominently extended outwards. And again, these are not super make or break, you know. Sure, these are statues very clearly of angels or angelic beings. But, you know, just because that's exactly what it is on the map, sometimes good enough is good enough. Would I like it to be a different statue if I'm going to describe it as such? Yeah, of course I would. But is it the end of the world if it's not? No. No, it isn't. And nor will it be for your players. And there's already a number of other details that I find significantly more important to sort of get right, if you will. But in any case, lots of preamble and running my mouth. So we're going to start drawing some walls. So yeah, like I said, I'm just going to do control clicking to handle this. There. And then release, because that's going to be the end of that wall segment there. And then this also brings up kind of a good point that, you know, some of you, lots of you, anybody who's watching this who uses Foundry already may definitely know this and understand this. But if you don't, right, and actually I'm going to extend that ever so slightly right there. Then I can come here, I can hold down control and click, and then it will immediately create a new wall segment starting from the point that I last clicked. The other thing that you just noticed there that I did is I forgot to release control before my last point, which means it started a new wall segment. If you right click, it'll just cancel that wall segment that you're currently in the process of drawing. So uh, all right, so now this is another part where, because we noticed that there are these murder holes, right, in this wall, and I want those to be represented. Now, I don't necessarily, because I can ad hoc handle the difficulty of, let's say, a character wants to try to shoot through this murder hole from the opposite side. I can handle just the difficulty of that, the imposing disadvantage, or the increased armor class of the person on the other side. Myself, I don't really mind that somebody is able to identify whether somebody is on the other side of this murder hole sort of deal. You know, so I don't necessarily want to set it all the way at the bounds, right? And so what you'll notice, what I'm doing here is I draw these walls, is I'm specifically putting the wall on the interior, and almost like I'm giving the wall a skeleton, if you will, of these, like the visual wall on the map, right? A skeleton of the programming or coding wall that Foundry allows me to put down utilizing this tool, right? And the reason for that is because I want players to also be able to experience the scene. I want them to still be able to see that this is a stone wall. And as we go through, we'll grab our token here, actually. Let's do that. And we'll just wander up our stairs here. Right, so you'll notice here, now that I've got those walls there, I want them to still be able to see. Now, I'm able to, like, see, this is just shadow to me, right? Because I'm the GM, and I already know, like, I can see lots of things under my Game Master profile that a normal player wouldn't. So if a normal player were here, they would just see black in all these areas where there's shadow, and they would only be able to see, or if they had viewed that area before, right? Because Foundry allows you to utilize Fog of War, then it would only uncover the pieces as they were able to see them at the angles they were able to see them at as they were moving through these areas, right? And so this is also one of those situations, too, where it's like I can ad hoc. I want it to be as realistic as possible, but there's some things that are a little bit of a give and take. And so, for example, like these are murder holes from where this character's standing. Let's say we can see that this is a sight line here. If there were an enemy there, well, clearly they're seeing through this gap that actually is back in the wall. They would not actually be able to see that person. I'm just going to say, unfortunately, you can't target that enemy, you know? So that is, it's a give and take. You've got to decide where you want to fall. So it's like, if I want them to be able to actually see the wall, then I need to leave some of this boundary, right? Because I still want them to be able to experience the map. By the way, shout out for the map to Seafoot Games. Seafoot Games is actually, this is not a sponsor by any means. I just really love their maps. And I encourage everyone to go over and check out Seafoot Games and give them any support that you are willing to, because they are rock stars. And they have a library of thousands and thousands of maps that are all just like, that are all this quality or better, for just about every application you can possibly imagine. They even have started doing some sci-fi variants of their maps for Patreon subscribers and things like that. So if you're looking for sci-fi maps, I love Seafoot Games because to me, they're one of the only map makers out there who really nails the grittiness that I'm kind of looking for when it comes to the maps that I utilize in my D&D games, because I tend to go for a little bit darker, grittier, and more realistic tone. And there are a lot of amazing maps out there from a lot of other really great producers. But my biggest complaint about a lot of them is that, to myself personally, they feel a little on the cartoonish side, which has a place. And a lot of people, that's the vibe that they're like kind of going for with D&D, is they want that like almost animated adventure feeling. And that's awesome. There is literally nothing wrong with that at all in any way, shape, or form. It's just not the tone that I'm trying to create with my game. And so therefore, I love Seafoot Games maps because of that sort of gritty realism feel. And they also are designed with Foundry in mind. So not only do they produce all these maps, but they actually also have fully ready to go, animated, fully lit, walls already in place. You don't actually have to do any of this stuff that I'm doing, that are just ready to load into Foundry, right? But those are preset to be a specific way, because most of their maps are also designed to go along with adventure modules that they also publish, that are also part of their Patreon. And we're talking about a Patreon that is like $5 a month, guys. It's crazy. It is absolutely insane in this economy what you get from Seafoot Games for the price of their Patreon subscription. So in any case, go over there and show them some love. Seafoot Games will be linked in the video description of this VOD once I'm done. I'm actually going to go ahead and put Seafoot Games link in the chat. All right, bam. Give Seafoot Games a little shout out there. They are awesome. Go check them out, right? So that's all I have to say about that. But I'm a psychopath. Not really. But I am a little on the neurotic side, as anybody who has watched the previous campaign prep streams has seen with... well, I mean, I think this, just if we just look at this, that just kind of explains, I feel like, everything that we need to explain. And so I am incredibly particular about wanting details exactly a certain way. The way that they have their maps set up for use is great. As a matter of fact, most of their maps look amazing. If I were just running a very, like, I don't want to say very basic, but if I were just running a D&D campaign where I knew that I wasn't going to have lots of special considerations with things like different mechanics that I actively want portions of the scene to be able to interact with in certain ways and that sort of stuff, then I would not be going in and doing this myself. But the other thing is that there are a lot of map makers out there that are not Seafoot Games, that do not actually give you the ability to have fully ready to go Foundry scenes like they do. And so a lot of us that utilize Foundry may be operating with maps that we have acquired from other sources where there isn't an option to do that, and having the ability to come into Foundry and try to bring those maps to life, well, I feel like that's a valuable skill to know and learn. And I just, as I've stated before, this is kind of my zen, you know? I just really enjoy this piece of scene crafting. It's like the digital equivalent of building miniatures, right? Except for it costs a lot less because, you know, you don't have to spend thousands on something like a Warhammer army. Anybody who's ever played Warhammer, if you know, you know. And you know, I will say that there is a piece of I'm not sure whether because I've done Foundry 3 times this week, right? Which is like, you know, I have campaign prep I have to do. So it's like I could just turn this into a channel where all I do every day is just Foundry scene building. But that's not necessarily my goal for the channel. It is a piece of what I intend to do here and probably always will be. But what was the point that I was getting at? I am sort of trying to figure out my content plan going forward. In a world with no battlefield, right? So if you didn't catch the stream yesterday, you can definitely check it out. The video on demand is available here on Twitch. And you can check that out over on YouTube as well, whichever source you would rather look at that on. That is going to be available for you to go and check out. However, I will surmise to say that unfortunately, because of the state of the content and the use of generative AI in its creation in Battlefield 6, of all my frustrations with it, I was definitely going to keep playing. And was actually kind of starting to a little bit miss the weapon grind, right? And actually leveling up the weapons. That's why if you saw the Goodbye Battlefield stream yesterday, you know, then I was using a lot of different weapons on there. And that was sort of for that reason, because, you know, it was going to be my last, more than likely my last opportunity to actually use them. So this is another piece. A lot of you, again, may already know this, but as you just saw there, I was control clicking, and it's going to always attach to the nearest point when you draw a wall, whenever you control click drag, right? When you're creating a new wall segment, if you're not currently working on it and you start with that. So what you can do, because this is the point that I want to draw off of, is I can come in here and double click, and it will actually split this wall, right? And then that also provides me with now a new point that I can create segments from. And I'm not going to go out here and draw these walls just yet, because like I said, right now I strictly want to go in and draw all the walls that I know are going to be infinite, air quoting infinite, if you will, height, that are always going to provide that visual occlusion, no matter where we might be. And so you notice here, I clearly don't need to drop a point here, but I know I'm going to have a point that goes across here. So I might as well just go ahead and drop that point for myself to be able to connect those two. And same thing on the other side. And now all I have to do is just connect the two. I do actually want it to recess a little further back. So I am going to give it a little bit of a less fully straight path so that I can, again, have the visual aspect of these walls displayed to somebody who's actually in this room. And it doesn't look like that just weirdly cuts off in a way that the other walls don't. And this is also one of those times where it's like, you know, there is a certain portion of the perfectionist in me that's like, I want to make sure that this exact same amount of wall is visual on every single piece that any player looks at. You just can't. You, like, as much as there is like that piece of me that wants to do that, like, you're going to drive yourself nutter butters if you try to do that. Like, good enough is good enough, you know? Now, if you were creating this, if somebody's like paying you to like build a Foundry scene for them or something like that, and they have very specific specifications, I don't know in what world anybody's actually going to do that. But if somebody did, and, you know, that's a thing that you wanted to do, then, you know, that's a thing that I would probably recommend that you be more rigid and that sort of thing about it. But that's not what we're doing here today. So there you go. There's all of our infinite height walls that we're going to be utilizing over on this side. So now we'll just come over here, do the same thing. And we'll create that extra point. Nope, 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 no. Definitely not that. Anything but that. Please go back where you were. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. And you can, when you're going this way, so you'll notice that this point just kind of disappears under this wall. That will create the same effect as actually having an additional point here. The only reason I took the time to create an additional point in this outer wall over here is because I was going to use this as an origin. So to get it to snap to this point as a point of origin, I needed to create that additional point. Because I was dragging out from here, as long as this overlaps, then it is going to create that same effect. These two walls are essentially adjoined, if you will, even though you see this sort of underneath the other wall, from a visual standpoint. All right, so this is one where I'm gonna do some interesting things here. Well, not interesting, but I'm gonna create that little T-split because I know this is going to be a different type of wall that we're gonna get to in a minute, right? That's going to block movement, but not necessarily block sight and things of that nature. So we'll get into that here in a bit and how that piece is going to work. Just drop that central point because I know I'm going to have to go here. Right. Want that one to go just a little further. There we go. Yeah, and usually with something like this, well, like I was saying, we're going to come in and we're going to create, if you saw the very first stream, then you already know a lot of this piece of it, right? That we're eventually going to come in here and we're going to create two overlapping wall segments. One that represents this window that actually allows sight to go through it, and another that actually represents the window sill, right, sitting beneath it, so that we can have the appropriate visual occlusion from outside to inside and inside to outside of the lip of this window, because distance away, like, it does actually, when you're using the wall height segments, factor in your token's height, the height that they're standing at, in combination with that, any interceding wall heights between you and an enemy, and it will either show you or not show you the token based on that. So, for example, an enemy that was close enough to this wall with an ally or a player that was far enough back, they actually wouldn't be able to see an enemy right down here, because the lower portion of this window is actually going to block that line of sight there. We talked a lot about that in the very first video, so I'm not going to spend a ton more time than that on it, other than I'll reiterate when we actually go in to put that wall in. And then I'm going to go ahead and double click here because I want to, no, I don't want to move that. I just want to, no, please stop. Why? Okay. Get out of here. Please do this. Thank you. Okay. All right, so I've got all my infinite height sort of skeleton pieces here, right? So that means next we're going to go about drawing the actual specific wall segments that have height. And the best way to demonstrate that, right, is actually going to be here up on this battlements area. So that's where we're going to start putting in our walls that are actually going to have a specified height. So let us do so. And here, this will be cool because this is a bridge, right? In case anybody didn't know. This is a bridge, and therefore I want this to actually not break line of sight from the area outside to the area inside if the tokens are under a certain height. So I'm going to show you how we do that too. All right. So the first are, I'm going to establish all the wall segments that I know are going to be firmly like of a specific height. So this is where they will start. So these are going to have an infinite floor, right? So these are going to block all line of sight below them, pretty much, is what I'm getting at by saying this has an infinite floor. And you'll notice that I'm leaving those segments with those sort of like crenellations or the castling segments, right, with the lower portions. I am leaving those unfilled in because I'm actually going to go in and backfill those gaps with wall segments of a different height to represent that castling properly. So you notice that I just created that wall segment out in the middle of nowhere and then immediately destroyed it. The reason for that is that the reason why it kept trying to grab those other wall segments before when I would like create that median point and then try to click drag from there is it's still going to default to what it considers to be the like origin point of the selected segment. And so when you control click and start, and so because this is the newest point, the origin segment is actually this corner all the way up here. So if I had control clicked, it was going to try to create another wall starting from that point. Hence why you saw that part before where I had to delete that segment. So that's why just creating a little wall segment here and just deleting it will make sure that that piece is unselected. Now, really what you're, I mean, I guess technically supposed to do is come do that, grab nothing, and then click back. But I oftentimes find rather than clicking this and doing that and then going back to the wall segment, it's just easier to just draw a little wall segment, select it, delete it. I know every wall segment I'm working with is deleted at that point or is unselected. And so I don't need to worry about, oh, am I going to grab something I don't want to and that sort of thing. Just a little shortcut that I personally use if you want to do it the way that, like, you know, your air quotes supposed to, because I don't think that there's, yeah, just, yeah. Yeah. Okay. The reason why I was specifically mousing over this is I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't some like hotkey that I could get to like switch to that, because then that would be faster if I could just like hotkey to selection, then hotkey back to regular wall. But the answer is no, you can't. So, or if it is that isn't explaining it. I don't really like where I dropped that last point. I don't necessarily like it there either, but good enough is good enough. I'm not going to sit here and agonize about the exact angle of these wall segments. heights, and then this is going to be the last segment here that doesn't have a floor. Or that has an infinite floor. I should say that. That has an infinite floor. So now I can very quickly grab first thing I want to do, and this is a big part of why we did this too. I'm going to go back to my region controls. This is my max elevation piece, right? So I know that this is 87.5 feet high. So now the question is, how tall is this battlement comparatively, right? And I'm going to say that this battlement, comparatively, because if we think about, you know, again, this whole place was designed by dragons initially. Now they had servitor races and things of that nature, but it was still designed and to be able to be utilized, walked normally and things like that by dragons, and is now being used for these purposes by giants. So we're talking about people that are, you know, regularly 15 to 20 feet tall. So I am going to say that these upper registers of the registers is not the right word. We're not singing. Of this castle wall are going to be 10 feet elevated above. So I'm going to go back now to my wall controls, and for this I am going to use the grabber, right? Rectangular select walls. And I'm just going to snag up all the wall segments that I want to set a height for. And if you select the same segment more than once like this, right? Like if I do that, not a big deal. And then just by holding shift, it's going to allow me to do that click drag multiple times, select a big set of walls. And then I'm using the wiki mass edit module. Just for the ease of making modifications like these, because now I can literally just Shift E, and then we're going to look at wall height top, right? So I want this at 97.5 feet, apply. So now I know that that wall height is appropriately set, right? So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to do the crenellations on that side, the recessed portions. I actually don't know whether the crenellation is the raised portion or the lower portion. Should look that up at some point. But right now I'm drawing walls. And I am going to have this, and we'll use our grabber to unselect all the walls. So now I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to use control click to create a point coming off the previous. And then I'm just going to tie it into the other one. Is there a point there? Okay, there is a point there. Sometimes the lettering from that is the only downside of, especially when you're doing like curved walls, right? Like this, and you're creating a lot of points to create that curvature, it can kind of leave something to be desired when it comes to, can leave something to be desired when it comes to how much all of this text of telling you the height and everything like that. But I always want it to display strictly because I always want it to display strictly because I always want to know whether I have actually set the wall height in a specific area or not, because you can actually turn that off. if memory serves. But I find that counterproductive to my process when I'm doing something like this. And normally I would actually go ahead and do both sides of this at once, but just for this sort of example of creating this, and then we're going to grab our token and walk it on up here, and then we're going to take a look at this aspect of it. For doing this, that's why I am doing it in stages. So we'll go back to our wiki mass edit, and I'm going to make this 5 feet recessed, because again, this castling is huge, right? These are huge differences in height between the upper and lower portions. So, I mean, easily, I feel like, yeah, because how much, well, I mean, I guess 7.5 feet still covers like half of the body of a 15-foot tall creature. So maybe I don't need to make it that dramatic. So yeah, I won't make it quite that dramatic. I'm going to make it 95 feet. And then apply. Again, using those heights to reinforce the sort of megalithic height here. And then I'm also going to come in and I'm going to do this, because I want this ledge, if you will, to kind of block line of sight. And I also... I'm debating on whether I want to do like a layer. Nah, I just don't need to go that far with it. But I do want the ledge to block line of sight. And so this, I'm actually going to create a wall that goes across these gaps here at the height of the floor. So the floor, so that anyone up here, this won't block line of sight at all. It will only create visual occlusion if you were looking up from down. Or it will create the visual occlusion of, if you are here on this wall and too far away from the ledge, you will not be able to see over the ledge until you get closer to it, which is an effect that I want to create. And so I will do that now. So we'll make sure nothing's selected, and then we'll snap those segments into place. Oh, why? No. That I actually just want to delete, because that's, I don't know why it attached that segment there. That is nowhere near where I clicked. All right. And then we'll use our mass edit too. We know that the floor there is 87.5 feet, so we will apply that. And then let's grab our token, and I'll show you a little bit of what that's going to do for us. If I can remember where I even walked it. There it is. There's the token. For the sake of ease, we're actually just going to blow that up, and we'll just drop a new one so that way. Okay. Right. So now I'm going to do some things with this token just to demonstrate a little bit of it, because right now it all just looks like a wall, right? So it's like, well, what was the point of creating all those segments, those different heights and that sort of thing? But it will matter potentially for the... So part of this is also keeping myself honest as a DM. And what I mean by that is I find that a lot of DMs run their encounters in kind of one of two ways. Either like DMs have a specific way that they want the encounter to go, and so they just do the things that they think will help achieve that specific effect. Or All enemies have all meta knowledge for forever. I personally don't like either one of those. Everybody runs their games differently. Don't let me tell you what is the right way, the wrong way to run it. I will say being a player in the game where it feels like all the enemies have all the meta knowledge ever of where I am, what I'm doing, where to come look for me, this and that, who to target, y'all, you know, all that stuff. The enemies who have all that, it feels a little antagonistic. It feels a little adversarial DMy, right? Which is never the thing that I want to create in my games. And so part of doing all this is also keeping myself honest. So I will have enemies, right, that are of certain heights where those things are going to matter. So what I'm going to do now, we've got our token here. We're going to put it at 87.5 feet. Boop. Here we go. 87.5 feet. So now we'll see as we move this way, because we are the same height as these openings, right? Then we're able to see through this. Now, clearly there's a cannon there. So I would be, you know, making somebody roll acrobatics if they're trying to, like, you know, stand on this cannon and balance themselves and fight and that sort of thing. But that's a whole other story. From the visual effect, it creates what we're looking for there. So then why bother with these crenellations up here if our, you know, if even the people that are standing up here aren't going to interact with that? Well, the truth is that they might, and largely that depends on the height of the token. So the dimension in grid spaces, so that's one thing, a default, right? But the other thing that wall height lets you do is set token height. So right now, their token height is set at 0. But let's say that this is a giant, so we'll just make this a 2 by 2, and we're only editing this one token, so it's not going to matter. We'll update the token like that, right? And now, all of a sudden, because this token takes up 2 feet of... Whoa, what even just happened there? What? Okay, 87.5. There we go. They're now at the right height. So you'll notice that because this token is now technically 10 feet tall, right, because it takes up 2 squares above and below, it actually does create those sight lines through the crenellations. Beyond that, again, I talked before about kind of the visual occlusion and the different angles in which you might or might not be able to see things at. And while we don't see it here because this is all a 2D map, the wall height is essentially creating a 3D canvas where these walls, not only do they block line of sight and things like that, you know, outwards, right? But even these, you know, spots with these murder holes block line of sight down if you are too far away. So it's like if a token was standing even right here, right? Even in their line of sight. Well, I'll just go ahead and demonstrate it, actually. Let's just put a token down here. And you'll notice that I just put a token down there. And do we see it? No, we don't. And that's what I was saying, is because that wall height is creating that occlusion. And so now if we just do this, you know, select, we can very clearly see that there's a token here who cannot see this token. And then there's a token here who cannot see this one, even though they have line of sight out this direction. This wall is actually stopping them from being able to see. But if they go close enough, they might be able to. But again, this is creating a 3D map. So that's part of the cool part, is that it's like, it's going to keep me honest, and it's going to let me know, can this enemy that I have up here on this wall actually see, let's say, my player who's down here on the ground below, and therefore I can only target, as the DM, with the enemies that I'm using, something that this enemy can see. And it also, you know, because I try to give life to my encounters by having the enemies make the decisions based on the information they have at the time. Well, this enemy might know there's 4 people, but it doesn't matter if it knows that there's 4 people down there if it can only see 2, and it knows it needs to eliminate a threat, and it knows that one of them is actively shooting at it, you know, then it's going to choose to shoot at the thing that's shooting at it, and that's so on and so forth. You know, I think you guys kind of get the idea of what I'm going for there. But that's another big part of the reason that I do that too, is I feel like it allows me to make the enemies in my encounters feel more realistic, because they're having to adapt and make choices based on the information they're provided in the same way that my players are. So, but no, but I think that pretty much illustrates what I was going for. So in any case, we will go ahead and we'll ixnay this. We'll ixnay this token here. And now we will go ahead and work on this middle portion. I'm going to show you how that is different than what we just did over here. And then I'll just go ahead and backfill in this other side over here, just like I did here. But that'll just be me doing that. But for this part, we go back to our wall tool, right? And same thing. I'm just going to, no, sir. No, sir. You will not. Okay. And for this, I'm just creating kind of individual wall segments. And these are all straightish enough that I don't really need to, like, create any connected pieces. All right. So again, now we'll go through and I'll, whoa. Actually, we'll just do it like that, because that's the smarter and easier way to do that. And then again, we're just going to set this same height that we did the other walls before, but now we're going to set a bottom. And if you listen to Queen, then you will know that fat bottom girls, they make the rock and roll go round, in any case. But all bad music jokes aside, so wall height bottom. So this is something that you're going to see a lot, and oftentimes is going to remain unutilized, right? If you're using the wall height module, if the wall connects to the ground and you don't have a sublayer, then you really don't need to worry about the bottom, because it doesn't really matter how far that wall occludes vision downwards, right? But we know that this is a bridge that people can actively walk under. Now, much like we did with our stairs, right? We're actually going to create a teleport from one side of this to the other. Because we're just doing the teleport, that piece can be handled by an overlapping region. And because I'm not having it do any weird height differentiating or anything of that nature, we can just create an overlapping region inside of our main ground region we'll have to create two, one for one side, one for the other, similar like we did with the other teleporter. But now we want to set the bottom. So we know that this is the height of our floor. We know that this portion of the wall actually goes 10 feet above that. So I should have put 97 there. So, but the question is if with the floor is at 87 feet, how deep is this walkway? Well, realistically, I'm going to say 5 feet in depth is probably good enough. So I'm going to go to 82.5 feet, right? As the bottom of this wall. Okay, and we're going to finish out our sort of middle segments here, and then I'm going to demonstrate what that did for us. Actually, before I end up doing something that I don't mean to, let me unselect all those other segments. And we're just going to create these connecting pieces. Oops. Okay. Now we'll just come in here and we'll snatch these guys up. All right. And then we'll mass edit all of these. Ooh, I've got a segment selected over there. Oh, well, that is the cool part about mass edit, right? Is I have a segment over here where I want the wall to go all the way. Oh, well, no, that won't work because I am going to reset the floor here. So let me go unselect this piece. However, let's say that I only wanted to edit the height of all of those segments, even if they already had different corresponding bottom heights. You could, with mass edit, go in and only edit the height, and it would leave the bottom height of all of those alone, right? Which is one of the cool parts about mass edit, for sure. Because you can edit only certain attributes of an item. I find that it's usually like with things like lighting and sound effects that ends up being something that I do more often than not. And then 82.5 was the bottom part here. So bam. All right. So what does this do for us? Why does that matter? All right. Well, to demonstrate that, we're going to put token here. And we're at 87.5 feet. And then I'm also going to put token here. And then I'm going to put token here. So what we will notice now, this doesn't do the best job of demonstrating it, I suppose. How far away does it have to get to not be able to be seen? Okay, there we go. So this is the only downside of, not the only downside. So again, it's figuring out because remember all of these now have a floor, right? But the point that I'm trying to get at here is that really you can now see that people from one side can see into the people on the other side, right? But now that they're at the occlusion range of the wall's bottom height, they can't see the person on the bridge. Now, the downside of Foundry, which I actually just had an idea as it, because I knew that this piece of it was coming. So the downside of doing something like this is that these walls are just walls. They don't actually establish a floor here. So we're actually going to play with regions again for a minute. And I actually just want to see behavior-wise if I can like block line of sight with a region. Can create difficult terrain, that's cool. Modify movement cost, sure. Link tokens, filter effects, particle effects. Okay. So I wonder if I can do this, and we're gonna learn this together. Because I wonder if I can do this with a tile. Or I suppose it would actually be a drawing? I think it would be a drawing that I would do this with. Okay, I'm going to see if I can do this with a drawing. We're going to select polygon because I want to be able to... No, we're going to do freehand draw. My drawing skills are terrible, but we're going to attempt a freehand draw here. So I'm going to do this. And I'm going to see if I can draw... Actually... I'm going to delete this drawing. And I'm not going to freehand draw. I am going to use this. Because I'm terrible at freehand drawing, especially with a mouse. So this is going to make my life significantly easier. And I actually do kind of need to go to the median point here. Now I can completely make, if I can do what I think I can do, which I don't know why I'd never even thought of this before. So we're learning this piece together. But I think that essentially what I'm going to be able to do is I'm going to like be able to turn this drawing into an object that I can then set the height of and will then block line of sight down, right? Because a lot of the walls are going to like by default just kind of do it for me. Okay. So elevation is 87.5 because that's the height of the floor. We'll go ahead and okay. And then we'll update the drawing. We'll double click it again. Go back in. Okay. Drawing roll object. Top height is also 87.5 because I only want it to block line of sight at that level, right? If it can even do this. I think it can. It's just figuring out how to do it. Drawing roll is object. Lines. Fill. Okay, well, let's just see now. I'm going to leave the lines there for a minute. And I think that that now creates an object that, okay, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. I wish it did. There's good. You know, it's like now that I'm sitting here and thinking about it, it's like I know that there has to be a way to do this. I guess I do have to do it with tiles. Okay. In that case, let's go to tile controls. Tile browser. We'll just go into assets and we'll just textures. It doesn't really matter for this, so I'm just gonna select something near. We're gonna select you, and then I'm gonna drag and drop it on here. I'm gonna distort the hell out of this because essentially I just want to create an object across here that's like on inside this bridge. Now I'm pretty sure that I can turn this into something that blocks line of sight and then completely like dime the opacity to where the object itself is invisible, but it's still going to block line of sight the way that I want to. So like kind of a janky way to do it. If somebody else knows a better way to do this and sees me doing this on here, if that as soon as this even works, then please, by all means. All right. So, dimensions. Elevation is, thankfully, it automatically treats tiles as flat. So, that's the elevation. Cool. Our elevation is set. Appearance. Tile opacity. Levels. Right. Height top is also going to be 87.5. Okay. So now it does do it. Yes. Ha! I don't know why I never even thought to do that before. So yeah, you just have to create a tile, and then you can just make it completely invisible. And when set at the appropriate height, we'll block line of sight. We made a floor. I don't even actually want to admit how long I've struggled to ever make that happen. It's just going to be completely real with people. But you know what? Hey, today's the day. Hooray. Well, cool. Man, intriguing. All right, cool. Well, we made a floor. Anyway. Now let's get back to our walls. Because this is from the window to the wall, not from the floors to the ceilings. I don't know. Forgive my ridiculousness. All right. So, yep, just going to go ahead and do the walls over on this other side, just like we did on the opposite. So we'll do the upper portions, and then we'll go back. We'll set those heights. We'll go back then and do the little, like, lowered crenellation portions. All right. And now we'll snatch those bad boys up, set their heights. What? Oh, because I'm holding control and not shift. Haha. That would help if you held the right button if I want to select multiple things, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Yes, it would. That is the answer. And we edit the height. Bam. And then we will go in and draw our dips. Get everything unselected so we don't accidentally change something we don't mean to. Probably go actually back to the selector. And then we'll grab all those and we'll set those heights. And then our battlements are almost done. And we know that these guys are 95-foot heights. And then last but not least, nope, we'll go ahead and, oop, all right. Definitely clicked back onto the selector, but I guess not hard enough. Okay. And then we'll get these guys in here. We know we just want to set those at our floor heights. Boom. All right. Now, so we have now created a situation where our bridge, people are not able to be seen above, up on the bridge from below, right? Because you can no longer see through the floor, but because we put that bottom height, you can see from one side to the other here. That's the other piece that I need to do. I'm like, why is it that? Because I need a wall here, the height of the floor, to represent that this is like part of that actual like tower. So I knew, and this is always why I check with tokens, line of sight and things like that, because I always want to make sure that I don't have any weird gaps. So we'll just, that looks, forgive me, that looks janky. I don't like it. We're gonna try that one more time. Okay. All right. Still not perfect, but you know, doesn't need to be perfect, but it just looked, I don't know. Right, and then I'm gonna make sure I don't have anything else selected here. Okay, I don't. Because that's the other thing that you always have to make sure is that, like, whenever you're gonna go in to do the mass edit, make sure, because, and it'll tell you that that's actually what I just should have looked at. It's the number of segments. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's gonna tell you the number of segments up there, because it is, I have definitely made the mistake before of still having segments selected. Try to combine those words in my brain. In any case, I've had those other segments selected before that have caused me to accidentally edit facets of walls or objects or lighting or etc. that I did not want to. So do be careful. Right, and then 87.5, bam, that fixes that, which should now create proper lines of sight. It won't look perfect, but yeah, there we go. And now we can see through the bridge area, but from the ground they are not able to see up onto the towers or necessarily up onto the bridge, unless we were to make that token a specific height. So we'll go back to our example like we did before, right? And we'll just make this a 2x2 token, right? Which is essentially making this token's height 10 feet. And now, if they go close enough, no, right? So again, that's all about like the keeping you honest, right? But then let's actually pretend that this is a giant. Let's set the actual like token height, right? So we're gonna say that they're an ogre, maybe. We're gonna say that they've got a 15-foot token height. So right, they can see over this portion of the wall. This person can actually see them over that portion of the wall. But this one is close enough that they can't see on this side, right? So it's handling all of those different lines of sight and everything like that for us. It's a huge part of why I do this kinds of setup in my Foundry scenes, is to, again, like I said, make it more immersive for the players, but also, like I was mentioning, is to keep me honest. So now I know, like, this enemy can't see this person over here. Now, they might know that there's somebody over here. They might decide to then walk over this way, right? But now that means they can't see this person, right? And so it does actively mean that, if they're only responding to what they can see here, then they have no idea that this person's back here unless something else has actively caused them to know and like take alarm and want to move this direction to do something about that. But even then, you can see the like crenellations that we've caused are blocking or not blocking line of sight as we go these different directions and too far down, and they don't have an angle to actually like fire at them from. So it means that it's like, I can't just have this enemy up here fire with impunity at any character that's down here or throw rocks or whatever the case may be. I actually, if they know somebody's down here, they're going to spend their turn, moving until hopefully they can get an eye on whoever it is that they're looking for. Oh, there they are. Well, you force them to actually have to move to get to that position to be able to do that, right? And even then, they have to get super close. I'm technically like almost going over the wall just to get them to actually be able to see that. Whereas this one is far enough away that I know that they can see them there. So, in any case, sightlines. They're fun, they're cool, and this is why I like them. So, with that, when active, tokens can move through. Oh, right. I have that on because I'm the DM, so I can actually. I guess I have this on all the time. I hope that this isn't a setting that it's just going to allow players to click. That's a whole other thing. That's a whole other question for a whole other time. But I am going to pause ever so momentarily. I'm going to grab a beverage, and I will return with more fun with walls and windows. So give me 5. All right, ladies and gents, apologies for the delay. We are back. So let's keep rocking and rolling. So my goal is to put in all of the just normal walls that I'm going to be utilizing in this scene prior to switching over to like windows, doors, things of that nature, right? So the next thing that I want to do here is I need to make a decision on height here. So let's go back to our regions. So we know the floor here $70 feet. So if we're talking about, you know, let's say we want 15-foot tall creatures to be coming in and out of these places fairly easily, then that means the wall, like the height of these walls would easily have to be 20 feet above that. Which also creates a interesting and kind of cool, I feel like, elevation interplay. Because it's actually going to make the top of this area here taller than this main gate here. Which means that there's going to be some sightline from here to here play that can happen within this scene that I find really cool. Now those distances are so far away that the actuality of that might not be realized, but then we're going to go ahead and go back to our wall. So we know that these walls need to be 90 feet in height, right? And you can see that we're kind of seeing through some weird stuff here. Those are tiles that I had put down previously that took a really long time to line up and everything like that. So I didn't want to just blow them up and start over. I will demonstrate a little bit of how I created this when we get into adding tiles to the scene. I know that I used like this whole, you know, fully see-through tile over here to create like a floor, but we'll get more into, because this is actually going to create a ceiling for this whole area here. So we want regular walls. And that's a door there, so. Now, I am putting a wall here, even though it has this internal part with the fireplace. I want this to be able to be seen into, but just not moved into by characters. You know, we can ad hoc handle if somebody decides to throw somebody into a fireplace, right? However, to do that, I'm going to have to mess with some other settings on walls that deal with vision. That none of these other wall types just default do in the way that I would be looking for them to. So it's essentially what I have to say on that. at the moment, I will get into more of those details when I actually go to change those settings. But for now, we have the wall segments that we want here. And we'll shift click to grab the other ones, and then we will get old mass edit. And then we are going to turn our wall height top into 90 feet. Okay, and then this is also the part where, so I am going to take these walls. I should hold shift. Would help. What is happening? Why aren't you selecting multiple? Okay, thank you. Goodness. And then for these, we're also going to set a bottom because again, we have a situation here where there is going to be the potential that somebody here on the stairs that hasn't yet gone through our little well, actually, I don't know that I want that. I think because of the way that I'm handling this teleporter thing within the confines of the combat, I think I am just going to leave these wall heights. Like the bottoms of these infinite. All right. So now is when I am going to go back and I'm going to start putting the windowsills on these guys, right? And then I will do this in the reverse order that I did it last time. I'm going to create the wall segments that go across the bottom of these. We'll decide the height. And then when I go back to do windows, I will then create and snap into place the window segments that will live above that. So we'll start with these ones out here. And I certainly feel like for windows of creatures like dragons or giants, when we're talking about something that I'm just pretending the design of this place is essentially centered around a 15-foot tall or taller creature, then I'm going to say 5 feet for a windowsill up. That sounds pretty reasonable. So we know that our floor here was 70, so we're going to make the wall height top 75 on all the windowsills down here on this level. Oh, no, 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 no. Please don't do that. Another reason why it's important to ungrab things. Actually, let me just... there we go. We'll snap them right back into place. Thank you, undo button, for unfucking my mistakes. Okay. Because we know all of these windows are on the same level, I can just do a mass edit for all of them all at the same time for their windowsills. So I'm just going to go ahead and draw all of those in first, and then we'll go back and mass edit the height all in one go. snag up my segments here. Right. And there we go. Set that wall height top 275. And then let's see here. Okay, that pretty much handles all of those walls for the moment. So that means the next is these castling and crenellations along this walkway, right? So yeah, I am gonna do exactly what probably most everybody expects that I'm gonna do at this point. And if you don't expect it, well, I feel like that's on you. Because you should definitely know by now that I was gonna have to set these at different heights, right? Will that ever even come into play? Who knows? But I will know that it is there. All right. And then for these, I feel like this definitely feels like it's much less pronounced, right? These, like this castling, than along this like major, like this is a true battlement. This is just some minor inner wall defensive castling sort of deal. So I feel like height-wise, I'm thinking like, you know, if we're talking about a 15-foot tall, like is sort of what we're operating with as our main base of like thought process. And again, something big enough that dragons could have used, but that also like is a size that it now makes sense that giants will be able to make use of. So we're gonna call these guys 7.5 feet, right? So I'm gonna set all of these. Because our floor is 70, so we're going to do 77.5 for the height on those. And then we will go back and draw in the lower segments. Unselect everything. And I do want these to snap between. Okay. Why is it like off-centering these weirdly? Okay. So now we've created all those segments, so we can go ahead and go back and we'll go to the selector and we'll grab up those. We'll set that height. Right. And then we'll say that there's a 2.5 foot difference, kind of like we did on the other ones. So we'll just go, nope, 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 that's way too high. We'll just go 75 here, so. All right. So that pretty much handles all of the walls that we have on this level. So now we will go down and we will look at the walls along this outer portion here. So we'll go back to our region tool so that we can remember where our height's at. So 27.5, right? So adding 7.5 to that, we know we're going to need the upper portion of this wall to be 35 feet. So we'll go ahead and get that in there. Nope, that's not what I was looking for. There we go. And then we'll create this point to snap there. And then snatch those guys up. And we want those to be at 35 feet. And then unselect and back to draw in our recesses that will sit at 32.5. Okay. Yep. 32.5. Yes, thank you. All right. So now for the part that's going to give everybody an aneurysm. Okay. Somebody's gonna watch this part if you got anybody who's watching right now doesn't do this already and just go, why? Why? I can hear it in my head. Because I'm a madman, that's why. Alright, so we're gonna get real cheeky here. So this is gonna be, so these are going to tier up. So we're going to start with a 7.5 foot segment. And then, yeah, and they're going to like go up from there. So this is going to be at, oh, nope, 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 nope. Just want this. So since I'm only editing the single segment, 7.5. And then I want a new segment. And then this is going to be 5. This next segment is going to be 10. This next segment will be 7.5. And this isn't going to create a perfect gradient. Like, I know it's not, right? I am going to go ahead and check my regions. So we're at 7.5. This is what elevation? Yeah, this is, okay. I think maybe starting at the top and going down is actually the better option to do this. I'm going to feel better about the heights if I do it that way. Okay. Well, actually, unless I do, that's the one way. All right. So, like, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to tackle this. Not be a psychopath is the answer to how to actually tackle this. But since I am, clearly, then we're gonna do this like this. But it's gonna line up with the stairs, and that's the part that's important to me. Hmm. Five. And this is something that I legitimately don't recommend that anyone ever do. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. I am not recommending that you take this course of action at any point in time when you are building scenes in Foundry. So I'm not taking a ton of time to explain this piece of it, because nobody needs to be a madman like myself, apparently. And then this is 25. This is 7.5. This is 25. This is 27.5. That makes this 30. The first half of this, 27.5. The next half of this, 30. The next portion of this, okay, that's where the step is, would then be 32.5. And then 35. And then 32.5. And then 35. All right, cool. Don't ever do that. I mean, unless you really want to. So essentially what I'm doing is I was following the stairs, right? And I was making sure that, you know, 7.5 was all the higher points above whatever level the stairs are at. So here they're at 0. So any higher portions of this that lined up with this, right, at 5 feet would then be 12, or not 5 feet, would then be 10 feet, right? Because this is 2.5 feet. And any lower portions were always 5 feet above. So that's why you saw all of that back and forth. But in theory, not in theory, in practice, it will create a gradiated effect that will make this somewhat seem, it's not perfect. There's no way to really get it perfect without a true 3D canvas and, you know, us truly building something in 3D. I'm really going to lose my mind when I do this one. Or maybe you guys will. I don't know. But without something that's like truly 3D, there's going to be no way to get it perfect. But I wanted to simulate what I could. So we did. Didn't ask for your permission. I'm just kidding. All right, so that's those walls. So here, I want to look at what level this is at, because this wall clearly goes straight across. This is another gradiated wall with the stairs, and then these walls here are even. So let's check regions. So we're at 17.5. So that's going to make the upper portions of this and this over here 25. The lower is 22.5. So without further ado, let's wall it. All right. And then I'm extending this one all the way back here because I do just want that visual representation of like that wall at that point, you know? Yeah. But I don't need to continue on the like the upper lower portions thing that's going on with the rest of the wall when I'm just extending it back. Same thing here. Just to basically tie up sight lines and that sort of stuff. Okay. So our top portion was at 25. So we'll go ahead and get that in there. And then we'll do our recesses. All right. Bam. All right, guys, you ready to get? Oh well, I don't know. Yeah, this. Yeah, this is straight across. I don't know why I didn't just do this already. Cause silly. Cause I was trying to create more work for myself than I need to. Good at that. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna tie it all the way back into there. Should have been part of our initial thing, but you know what? It's okay. All right, and then yep, these are all apply. 50. Oh, right, because I didn't actually change it. There you go. I think I could have also just clicked, right? And time once more for my neuroses and Foundry form. No, that's not right. 15, 12. Oh, no, it is right. Maybe I need to, yeah, adjust that a little bit. All right, there we go. So now I think we have all of our walls on this side. Walls. We'll get into doors, windows, all of that sort of stuff in a bit. But we got all of our walls done there, so now it's time to come over here and start backfilling some walls. We've got a lot less to do over here, so first thing we're going to do is tackle the windows. So the first thing I'll need to do here is go back to my region map, because we can see that a lot of these windows are on different regions. So like, for example, this is 45-foot elevation, which means that this windowsill is going to sit at 50, and it's all alone there. So we will go ahead and get that in place. Nope, that's not the wall segment I want to edit. There we go. 50. I'll update that. And then as I go back to my region map here, I can see that this is 62.5 feet. So that means I want these window segments here, those sills to sit at 67.5 feet. So we'll go ahead and get in there and start doing that. Line, then I've got these last windows here. So as I go here, this last level is 80, so that means these sills are going to sit at 85. Whoa, can we draw? Okay, cool. Thank you. Those guys are going to be 85 feet. Boom. And that is all of our window sills. So that means that we only have the stairs and this walkway here. This is going to be the static one, where the entirety of all the way across this is going to be one height. So I'm going to handle that first. I just want to look at regions so that I can see what height that should be at. So we're at 17.5 feet here, same level as this one over here. So then that means wall-wise, we're once again going to be at 25 and at 22.5. So go ahead and get those guys in here. And some of these I'm just kind of having to surmise where that portion of the wall would sit because it is underneath this, but I want to make sure that sightline wise people can walk underneath this, and that sightline wise it's going to get broken up at least similarly to the way that it's going to be by the rest of this wall here. And we're just going to draw that all the way over so that we can have that piece connecting. Okay, and then and we will make these guys 25 feet. Cool. Now time for the recesses. You know, the one thing that I really wish that I could do, um, and this is from having played too much Battlefield, is I wish that I could include more easily destructible environments in in my games. So, like, for example, if I could have some type of macro pre-programmed, right, that would change wall heights or that would break segments of walls or something of that nature, or allow tiles to appear in places where, you know, it would be kind of scripted destruction, because it would be like, okay, well, here's a spot in the wall that can be blown open, or, you know, things of that nature. And I would have to go in and I would have to put the rubble in there in advance and that sort of stuff, and then just have it transform from the one to the other, right? But I think it would be really cool if it was able to trigger those types of things. The question is like, do I really want to do that much more prep for a scene that I'm already doing? As you can already see how laborious my current prep style is. So, and the answer is yes. Oh, goodness. Nope. Please drive from where I selected. Thank you. Okay, now I can do this little piece of it in a chunk, which will be nice. Not that I couldn't have done it just all like this, but, you know, based on how I have inflicted upon myself to do these, we'll call it that. All right. And then we'll mass edit these guys to 25. We'll hit our little recesses. All right. Okay, and then this needs to go up to 27.5. Right. So that means this is 35. So I'm also trying to be mindful of time, but I've got lots of time actually. Right. And then that means this one's at 40. Again here. $2.5. 40. So close to the edge. I'm just going to take it all the way. Which actually means that this will also be 42.5. That segment is 45. Is that right? No. Yeah, that's why I was like, wait a minute. It is going to go to that, but this one needs to be... This is 50. And then this is 47.5. Ta-da. All right. Sloping walls in. Believe that is all of our walls, which means it is time for us to move on to the windows. Haha. All right. And then we will probably also get doors today too, but that just didn't go along with the Little John reference, so. Yeah, so the other thing that I'm going to have to touch on, which there will be some walls involved when I do this piece, is that I'm going to have to put in some additional walls over here when I actually set everything on it to like the overhead and all that sort of stuff. But we'll get to that in a minute. I do need to go grab a hat because we have once again reached the time of the day where I'm being blinded by the window right behind my computer screen. So give me 3 seconds. I will be right back. All right. I am once again back. And now for Windows. So, window walls are an interesting part of Foundry, where if you watched the first stream of this, you kind of saw the way that they worked. Essentially, they're halfway between a traditional wall or maybe more like a terrain wall, which is something that we'll get into at some point here. But they're like halfway between that and an invisible wall. So essentially, when you get within a certain range of them... Aha. So I'm going to go ahead and undo that. So this is... I am going to have to do this the same way that I did it the other day. I was going to see if maybe these window segments would sit on top of them. But because they don't have a defined height, they're not going to. So what you're going to notice that I'm doing is I'm going to come into where I have all these window segments. Because there are a few modifications to this that I want to make just because I like the way that it handles sightlines.
There's nothing wrong with the way that the windows handle sightlines immediately. I just feel like it wants you to be too close and doesn't really allow you to see far. Like, I feel like it doesn't make sense that you can't just stand next to the window and see out and basically just see everything outside, which by the default settings, it doesn't really do. So the settings I'm going to set for it are going to give it a little, it makes it feel to me a little more natural and reactive of what a window would actually be like. It's not going to give you full line of sight until you get close to it, but once you get within a certain range of it, it's going to give you full line of sight. Now, disclaimer, why the setting that I'm going to set it to seems like it feels significantly more natural. I don't really have an answer for that. I wish I did. It was just kind of something that I sort of figured out on the first stream. And so by default, I think it makes you get within like 10 feet of it to even start seeing out of the window. Well, just based on sightlines and things like that of maps and things like that in D&D games, I feel like 30 is a better option. Now, maybe if I were working with a structure that was not intended to be quite as megalithic as this, because keep in mind, you know, it probably seems insane, but this is the size of what a normal character token will be compared to all of this. But this is a fortification in an enormous canyon that was once created by dragons that is now occupied by giants that, you know, our player characters are going to try to free from their clutches, so to speak. Right? So that's where that piece comes in. And why it's so big. So we'll go back to our walls here. We'll get back on windows. And I think that's all my windows drawn in. Now I do want them all. I don't need to set a top height. Oh yes, I do. I do need to set a top height on these windows, because these windows are going to sit underneath this upper platform. So I need to make sure that anybody that's on this upper platform has vision sight lines as though they are not looking through the window. The rest of these, because there is no way for anybody to sort of sit atop them, right? Like there's not a playable space that's going to be above this room, right? Because this is just meant to represent a room that's built out of the cliff wall. Kind of. Same thing with this one. There's not going to be, this is a hallway carved into the cliff wall here. That sort of deal is at least the way that I'm going about it. So yeah, those things aren't going to be present. So I don't need to worry about a top height here. I can just let the window fully be what it is. This windowsill's top height is automatically going to, because it cuts off everything below that height, that's automatically going to create the bottom of each of these windows for me without me having to do anything else there. So that part's cool. If I had windows like over here or something like that, like if there were portions of this where there was like a room that came off of this and there was like windows on it and that sort of stuff, similar to the way that I had to set top and bottom heights for like everything here on this bridge, if I wanted to create the ability to like have the proper sight lines and that sort of stuff with that there, then I would have to set bottom heights there also, but I don't here. So in that case, I will snatch up all the windows. And then I'm just going to come in here to mass edit. And then it's site proximity. And also light proximity. I for at least this scene, and maybe on different scenes, I would want something different. And it does overall feel like they've improved the way windowed walls work in version 13. Keep in mind, my last time really experiencing things with them was version 12, right? And version 13 definitely feels like it creates some better, makes them feel more reactive, makes them feel more natural than they did prior. So on a smaller scene, I might not want 30, but for something like this, 30 is what, as I was playing around with moving the token around and everything like that, on the first session, 30 is what felt first session. In the first session of me building this stuff, I guess. Still so far away from the first actual campaign session. And also, I still have lots of people that I need to talk to about participating, not participating, things of that nature, things that people will and won't be okay with. Because I have a Thursday gaming group that I am actually, it's one of the first games I've gotten to be a player in, one of 3 games that I've gotten to be a player in the last few years, that were the first in the last few years, are the first D&D games that I have gotten to play as a player since 2nd edition. Yup. So I actually have played more probably 3rd edition D&D than I have anything else. And I literally played that entire edition, never once having ever gotten to actually, outside of just because I wanted to, create a character and play a character. So I've kind of just been enjoying being able to actually be a player for a little while. I was very sad that I had too many work commitments and had to let go of another game that I had been attempting to run. And some of those players will definitely be part of the recruitment prospects for this. And then the group that I'm in where I am the player, I want to offer the DM there an opportunity to be a part of this game. It all depends on, because that game is going to be on stream, people may or may not be comfortable with that, and that's completely understandable. So I don't fully know who my player base will be yet. I also have some really awesome friends like Red, like Reaper. If I can ever get them into a game, that would be really cool. I would love to play in a game with Red. Her characters are always hilarious. Or I would love for Red to play in one of my games. Her characters are always hilarious, and I feel like I need a player like Red in my games to add a little levity to things. And I think because I would know that was coming in advance. Did we set the proximities on these? We did. So we can snap these. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. Yes. So I need to come in here. This was the thing that I needed to do. Boom. Boom. Okay, I am pretty sure I have just the windowed segments of those walls. I do, because I don't have any other height constraints there. So I want to set the same wall height top that I have on the other windows here, which is 90. Because I want to make sure that, again, that the windows are not interfering with line of sight of people that are up on top of this structure. And then here are the other windows I need to snap into place. These guys I don't need to do anything special with though. They can just go. And it's fine. Right. Okay. And I think that we are windowed. Okay. Yeah. I'm just kind of double checking around. Yeah, I think we are good to go there. All right, so the next thing that I want to do here is we'll start dropping in some doors. And we'll do all of our normal ones first, and then we'll come back here. All right, and I'll show you how I'm going to differentiate those doors. And actually, this would be a decent time. To go ahead and do these. Because I'm going to have to edit these, so... Yeah, so light constraints. I want none. Sight constraints. None. Sound. None. Okay. Boom. Which I guess just turns them into visible walls without sound constraints, because I essentially want this fireplace. No, I do want, that's why this is different, because I want the light constraints. Yes. Light constraints. Normal. Apply. Boom. Yeah. Anyway. That will make sense when we go back and we start adding in like lighting effects to all these torches and everything like that. And that's always a fun piece of things. That's one of my favorite pieces of these sorts of things. Is I really like layering different light effects to like really bring a setting to life. Let's see here. Doors, that's what I was doing. And these are pretty self-explanatory. Just gonna connect the spaces where there should be a door. And then we can go in and set different aspects of them if we even need to. For the most part, the door is the door. Based on the details of like what time it is when the players are arriving and things of that nature, I might decide certain doors are locked and things like that when they might not be otherwise. And then this is actually going to be a set of double doors, of course. that, and we are going to make these doors, but we're going to treat these a little bit different. So I'm going to come back and I'm going to do those doors last, because kind of like we did with this wall segment here, we're going to have to do some specific settings, because I'm kind of going to set some of the facets of those doors to act a little bit like a window, because they're, you know, like grated steel cages. So I kind of want some attenuation of vision and things like that, based on proximity. Right, there's my doors. So now we'll do these guys. And then, yeah, long story short, I want attenuation, and I want proximity set for light and for sight. And I feel like this is going to be harder to see through than a normal, like just window, clearly. So I'm going to set this to be a much shorter proximity. So I'm going to do that one as 10 feet. All right. Continuing to come together here. Oh. All right, well, I think that actually takes care of all things walls. No, it doesn't. That's right. That is right. Okay, so now is when we're going to start getting into some terrain walls. Now, none of these things are actively terrain, but you're going to see what I mean by a terrain wall when I set these guys up. So we will start with, let's go back to our region map here. We're actually going to start with these pillars. So these pillars are at 20 feet elevation. So this is a spot where, like I said before, I was going to end up using my freehand drawing tool, right, setting for this. So I'm going to make these terrain walls, and this little image up here is kind of demonstrating it. So terrain walls allow you to see through one instance of them, but when you have overlapping instances, say like a circle, you'll be able to see through the front but not through the back. So they're a great way to create walls that show what something is but still block vision to the other side of it. In theory, if I wanted to go absolute hyper perfect detail, I could actually trace the outer perimeter of every single wall in a scene like this. And that would create that double layer naturally that would block vision, but would allow people to see that it was a wall. No. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that. You know, if it were some kind of commissioned thing or something like that, and that's what somebody wanted me to build. I don't know who in the world is paying for something like this, but if somebody did and somebody wanted to, then I would give them that, right? But otherwise, no. It's just wholly unnecessary. The one downside of the freehand, which you just saw here, is that 90% of the time it's not actually going to close the walls, right? And so you'll have to go back and actually pop those guys into place. But it's a small complaint. So yeah, we're just going to go and trace these guys, and they don't have to be perfect. As a matter of fact, they're not going to be. Just is the way that it is. Because so much of how it lines things like this up has to do with like exact pixel measurements and things of that nature. That it's nearly impossible to create an actual perfect circle with a wall in this VTT. But it's just, it doesn't need to be perfect. Yes, ideally it would be nice if it was, but like it would be nice if there was just like a circular like wall stamp that I could set to the right size and just go. But there's not. So we make do. I mean, I guess in theory I could actually put down a bunch of drawings, kill the lines on them, and then select them all and convert all of those drawings to walls, and I could make a bunch of circles, and then I could copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. I will try that another time and see if that process actually yields a faster result, because it might. Actually, you know what? What are times like this for, if not for experimentation? So let's go to our draw tool. Let's do a circle. No, I don't want this. Okay. Create a circle. Yep, we'll get it properly sized. Control C. Control V. Nope, no. Delete you. Select you. Nope, stop. Okay. Let's see if this works the way that I think it might. If so, this is a hack that I feel like I'm going to wish that I'd had a long time ago. All right, and we'll just try with the segments on this side, and then we'll go back with our selector, and we'll select all, and then convert to walls. Well, damn. All right. Well, that's pretty dope. God, that would have saved me so much time so many times. Holy balls. Sheesh. All right. Okay. All right. Well, cool. Now here's a question. Can I do this? See, Control V. Aha, I can. Okay, well, cool. Then we'll just do that. Now we've got a little wall stamp, and we can go back and we can essentially turn them into terrain walls. Because we can just look at the setting here, and basically it's just a normal wall where your light, sight, and sound are all set to limited. So... Dude, freaking game changer. I mean, if you only knew. If you only knew. All right, well, now that we have all of our perfect little circles drawn, I'm almost like upset a little bit because of how many times I have done this the most laborious way possible. Oh, goodness. Okay. All right. It is what it is. 'Tis what it is. All right. So now I'm going to select some of these bad boys. I'm going to select all these bad boys. And then, yeah, we should be able to just pop those over to limited on all those fronts. And then if I'm not mistaken, I think it's even just going to flip the color to, yeah, so limited, apply. Yeah, exactly. So it's even going to flip the color to a terrain wall, since that's essentially what it's acting like. And that's what it sees as the closest equivalent to what it is. Man, so cool. Okay. But now this other part I am going to have to do some drawing, although we do want to, I believe that these were all at 20 feet. We're probably going to have to select them all again. Yes, they were. Okay, so we'll go back to our walls. Yeah, we are going to have to select them again. Not the end of the world, though. Grabbing these guys is not that hard. And then we can just pop these all over to 20 feet height at the same time. Right, wall height, 20 feet. Apply. Cool. All right, so now we're going to go back to terrain walls. We've still got our drawing tool. So for this part, we'll deselect. Nope, nope, nope. I'm going to undo both of those. Yeah, I feel like I like the freehand draw thing, but I feel like it actually produces worse results than this in just about every possible way. I hit the macro button. This is where you start getting into overlapping walls and things of that nature. that as we continue to like layer them up and things like that, create this whole sort of 3D, 2D canvas for us, if you will. All right, but that's one side. Let's start it on the other side here. I'm clearly very bad at doing curved lines in this fashion, but I still think it looks better than the freehand draw thing did, so this is what we're going with. All right, we're almost done with this. Boom. All right, so now we just need to come in and grab these guys. Because this is actually a different height than the other. This is all going to be set to 15 feet. go. Boom. Yeah. There we go. Right. And now that we've snagged all those bad boys up, we can set all of their top heights to 15. Cool, cool. And now we can just use our little painting circle trick, not painting, but drawing circle trick to make some perfectly circular walls around the bases of these. Yeah, looks pretty good to me. I'm pretty sure that all of these bases are roughly the same size. Right, and then we'll just select these bad boys and turn them into walls. Ta-da! We'll do the same thing with these, set heights and terrain features, and these are at 25 feet in height. And for some of these, like, you know, clearly some of these walls are like outside the map. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I can go back and delete them if I want to. I probably will just to clean it up a little bit, but it's not actually going to negatively impact anything if that's the case. So light, sound, apply, and then 25 feet. Forgot that part. There we go. And then, yeah, I'll just go ahead and go back and clean that up, because the outer portion of the scenes map, right, like this outer wall is already going to just completely stop sight there. And then I feel like I probably will go ahead and pull the sections that are off the cliff sides. Cool. All right, and then the next are the cages here. Where I'm essentially going to want to have them act the same way. But for them, I can just do squares, and we can do basically the same thing. So I'm going to want these to be terrain walls. The difference is they're going to have a top and a bottom. I'm going to say that these are hanging about 2.5 feet below the top of the wall here. So we'll just call that 85 at a top end. And then the cage would be roughly 20 feet in height. So these are going to be from 65 to 85 feet because I want those to create some potential line of sight blocks and things like that. So we'll just go back to our drawing tool, and this time we will use the square. And yeah, it's a square. Okay, so C. And then we've just got the 4, right? Yeah. The top height 85, bottom height 65. And then we want these to be limited, 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 apply. Bam. All right. So that pretty much sums up everything that we are doing for walls and windows and doors on the scene. So I think now is the perfect time for us to do another walkthrough. And then I think the last thing I'll do is I will put in the teleports for these sides of the portal here, or for the sides of the bridge. So we're gonna start here. Yes, we'll teleport. Bam. It did set our height properly. Just like we were hoping. Okay, that's yeah, that's the crenellations there. That's fine, maybe? Okay. Let me check a wall thing here. Okay. Let's see if... Yep. That cleaned it up. And then we're going to set the actual token's height now that we're going through this. Under appearance, we're going to say that this is a 6 foot tall character. Just so that we can have a little bit more of the experience of what a 6-foot tall character would experience when going through this, right? Right, and as they're going up, suddenly this all opens up because now they're at a higher elevation. Okay. We can see as we get closer or further for the windows, we can actually look all the way out. And then these battlements are too high for them to see through, which is what we would expect. Okay. Oh, we got another, I see another sliver there. See, this is also part of why I do these walkthroughs, because it lets you see when you have little gaps like this one that somebody's going to be able to see through. So now if I go back to the token, boom. I mean, the window's still popped out in like the wrong spot. So, but now if I go back here, now what happens? Boom. So that weird little sliver is gone now. Oh, that's a wall thing that we didn't do. That is a wall thing that we didn't do. Okay, cool. I was wondering, so I need to set base wall height here. So region is 45-foot elevation, so I want these guys to be 50 like my windowsills. So let's go ahead and make that happen. Normal walls. Because again, this being 50 is going to dictate sight lines and the angles at which somebody can see down to another enemy and things of that nature, which are all going to be important aspects. 50. Okay. And last, we'll walk up these stairs over here. All right. All right. Well, cool. Everything is currently looking pretty good. So I can go back around and shut all these doors. Okay. All right. So the next thing that we can go ahead and do is we will go over to our tiles segment. And the first thing that I want to do is set this ladder's height. So this ladder's elevation is actually, if I go to my region controls, it's actually 70 feet if memory serves. Yep, sure is. So 70 feet. Update that. So tile should now be at 70 feet, correct? And then bloop, we're going to pop into our foreground layer. Maybe we don't need to. We're going to, yeah, that's how we're going to get these to appear and disappear. So we're going to take all these guys and then we're going to mass edit. And we know that we need these all set at 90-foot elevation, right? Not only that, but we need to come to our drawing tab here. Select this drawing. I know that it needs to be at, oh, that's right. I actually need to set all of those like one. Yeah. So I need to set this roof tile 1 foot lower so that it appears below. So that's going to sit at 89-foot elevation. Okay. So we're good on that. And then I'm going to come here, and now that I know all of these heights, I'm going to configure the foreground elevation to be 89 feet. And I'm going to save those changes. And now when I go to my tile controls, and I should now be able to go to my drawing tools. Okay, so first we'll take this. Trying to figure out how I can stop seeing through this. I may just have to be on a token that's there, but if we come here, should now be able to go to foreground layer, see that all of those are in there, and if we come off of foreground layer, we can no longer select them. So then we also want to do a couple little regions here for the top and the bottom of the ladder. These can basically just be squares. Actually, no, let's get rid of that. And actually, both of these. Delete you, yes. Delete you, yes. Actually, I want to check because that, yeah, that's what I was concerned about. So, I mean, this ladder in theory should be one that's like big enough for at least like an ogre to climb, right? So I need to select off the foreground layer. Why is this in the foreground layer? Your elevation. Oh, because I had it selected when I selected all those others. Its elevation should be at 70 feet. It should not be in the foreground layer, so I should be able to take it out of the foreground layer now. Yep. Cool. And we need to make you bigger, because it should be a pretty big ladder if an ogre is climbing it. Wouldn't you say? Okay, that looks like a more appropriate sized ladder. Comparatively to a normal PC, who is not at the right height here. Set them to 70 feet because they would be able to see that ladder then at that point. Now is when we're going to go ahead and put in a region down here. I'm just going to call this ladder bottom, or ladder ground. Elevation. Bottom is 70 feet. Top is also 70 feet. Available only on the region layer. We've got a shape, behavior. We're going to set this as a teleport token. Create region behavior. Name is climb ladder. And then I will create another region here. We'll call it ladder roof. And that is going to be 90, 90, because I want that to be exactly on that layer so that it will automatically reset the token height when a token teleports in or out. And then behaviors, teleport token, behavior, climb down ladder, update region behavior. So now let's do identity is ladder roof. Yeah, let's update that. So let's take ladder roof. Let's take ladder ground. Behaviors. We'll start with climb ladder. We'll grab the UUID here. We'll add that, and then we'll allow choice. And we'll update that region behavior. We'll reopen, then we'll edit this. We'll grab this UUID. Ladder ground, allow choice, boom. Update region. Update region. So now, yes. And here we are. Why can I see through all of this? Still, I should be above this, and this should be very not opaque now. Let's go here. And let's go to roof. Height top 90. Apply. Now? No. What did I do to these? Am I going to have to do this all over? Well, you guys might get to see how this whole portion goes, because I might just have to do this all over. But I'm not 100% sure why. As a matter of fact, I'm very confused as to why. If enabled, tile will not block line of sight. Okay. Show even when below. No. Don't hide this tile in the fog. Strict range. All walls block line of sight. Okay. Appearance. Yeah, man. I don't know what I did to this. And why it's not like solid. It should be solid when I'm up here above it. Probably because I did so much moving around of like the ceiling and that sort of stuff. And then it's like technically this is in the roof now. Foreground layout, pixel perfect, art browser. Yeah, unfortunately, I may just have to blow this up. Which that's sad. And also something potentially for another day, because we are coming to the end of our time today. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, I have to assume it's because we did so much like pulling it in and out of different like levels and stuff like that. So I'm gonna blow that up. We'll go ahead and take our token, have it teleport back down, so we know that piece works. So yes, boom. Okay. And then yeah, we will go back to rebuilding that rooftop piece next time. But for everybody who watched, thank you for watching. I hope you got something from this. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I will be back tomorrow, more than likely, with some more Baldur's Gate. So forgive me, had an incredibly inopportune sneeze there. But yeah, so I will look forward to seeing you guys then. My goodness, of course my allergies would kick in right as I'm attempting to end my stream. But we are still, like I said, only 2 followers away from our follower goal of 25 to be able to make affiliate over on Twitch. So if you're willing to give me a follow on Twitch, I would greatly appreciate it. It would mean the world to me. But if you're watching on YouTube, this video after the fact, liking, subscribing, commenting, all of that does a ton to help me out as well. I hope you have appreciated our time together, as I know that I have. And I will look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow for some Baldur's Gate. So thank you so much. And whether you are hearing these words in the morning, afternoon, or evening, I hope that it has been a good one. And I will see you guys next time we are going to shoot off a raid to kick things off the air today. Let's see here. Who can we raid today? Well, got the beginnings of a new adventure. Yeah, let's yeah, we'll go with this. Beginning of a new adventure here. All right, guys. So we're about to raid into Lead Hail. So I hope you check out their stream, and hope you guys have a good one.